Alrighty guys, hello, happy Sunday to y'all. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome back to Trondheim here in Kaldvann. We're here on this early morning scene here from Fort Karlsson on the Nidelva, the new Nidelva River. Looking toward downtown Trondheim from the Rosenborg Singsaker-Øya. So I've been working, actually I worked exclusively on Kaldvann all day yesterday, just trying to get some stuff done and drummed up. But yep, so we're just gonna jump in today on a rainy Sunday afternoon here. I don't know how long I'll go. I don't know, I might maybe try and Skype or Discord, FaceTime, that's a word. Video chat my Norwegian friend, possibly if she's free, but we'll wait and see for later. But yeah, so we're here in Kaldvann. So yes, hello Phil, howdy. This is my SketchUp island. Previously it was Isen Island, way back, but since then it's been changed to Kaldvann. Kaldvann's always been a name I've carried, but there's Isen on SketchUp for a long time. But Kaldvann has been the longer running name that I've had. So yeah, we're here. Gonna go ahead and flip over to a more appropriate daytime. We're gonna jump in and hopefully the music's not too loud for you guys. Let me double check that real quick. Probably keep the music there. Okay. Hate hearing myself talk. But yeah, so that's my the nation I did on SketchUp. But I've been doing a lot of just basic texture work, just getting down the base layer of textures in this area, trying to get this area all drummed up. So that is all good. Was doing just some minor tree work here along this side, trying to get some trees in, make a little soccer field that people come and play at. I gotta put some fences around it so the ball doesn't end up rolling into traffic. I finally got this off-ramp connected as well as this off-ramp, which spits out over here. Got this bridge done up, so that leads into Rosenborg, leads into that area now. What else have I done? Started placing down a small sports complex. This is a Trondheim Stadion over here. Track, little soccer field in the middle and stuff like that. Just a small little place. Started to get this area built up. Have the student community building, or the Student Samfundet, I believe is how it's pronounced, or Fundet, so on and so forth. Have a billboard right here for a choir group that is important to someone, and so on and so forth. Redid the train line, or am redoing the train line that leads to the large station. I'm going to go ahead and just tunnel it through here, just have it kind of pass underneath the mountains, heading out of town. So that will be, that's going to work. Started to get the roads leading out of town kind of set up and built, so makes Michael Jackson noise. Howdy, Captain Sam. So yeah, so I got this area started built up. Haven't really touched the shopping center over here. Haven't done too much work over here in Marienborg. Well, I really should finish placing down just all the houses and such. But I did go through and also did something. I named a lot of buildings that I named a lot of the buildings specifically in the government district, and so on and so forth. So, you know, like Trondheim National Theater, the Kaldvann Stock Exchange, and the I forget exactly what that building is right there, top of my head. The Kaldvann Trade Commission. You have the Parliament building, the government seat. This is where the Prime Minister's quarters are. The Heritage Center, the National Police Precinct number 1. This here is the. Oh, what are you? You are the. We have the Justice Department, we have the International Community Center, where a lot of offices for different countries are for their technical embassy facilities, just, countries that don't have a consulate of some sort. They all gather here at the National Community Center. We have the Allegiant Lines Tower, so this building is officially named now. We have the Kaldvann Telecommunications Building, which is over there. That's the National Theater, and this is St. Olav's Cathedral. Then we have St. Olav's Medical Center, which is over here. Northern Field, which is the ballpark, right back here. We have the Defense Department, which sits back here, and so on and so forth. So I just went through and named a bunch of the buildings that sit here in Trondheim, such that are rather important. And then we have, of course, the University of Kaldvann, or the UOK campus, which I still love that acronym. That's a great acronym for a college, UOK. And so on and so forth. But like I said, predominantly I've been working just on texture work, getting in buildings, and just trying to find just general places for really anything at this point. So, and working. Okay, let's see. Let me see. Anyways, just trying to keep an eye on the volume level of everything and such. But anyhow, so yeah, so we're probably gonna start over here today, and we're gonna work on this area in particular, right around the student or the community center. So we'll get this kind of built up, get the road textures down, and kind of figured out. Because what I'm imagining is so just a kind of a connector road in between this side and this side. It kind of at one point was probably the main avenue before they built this road, potentially. So it's just a larger road to connect between point A and point B. Probably been smarter for me to rotate this and then have this road kind of come up here and go underneath or whatever, and then or however that all could have worked. I probably could have done this a little better, but so this is going to be a road that just connects A and B over here. Possibly I want to have this road come down, the main portion hang a right, and then kind of connect up over here. It's kind of a way to get to this side, because if you want to go this way, you got to come up here, hang a left, go then hang another left, and crap like that. So it's just a kind of a quicker way to get over to here, as well as the stadium. There is no road bridge until you get a little ways up here. I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to put in another bridge somewhere over this way. I could probably drag this road and just kind of bring it across, so that way it's a straight shot, because it is almost in line with this. We could probably do something where the road comes across, hangs a left and a right, so it does come straight through. Kind of getting a little ahead of myself, so we'll probably go ahead and focus on first step first, placing down buildings. So let's see what we got going here for the day. This, I believe, is a post office building, so I kind of want to save that for exactly what it is. Turn that down. Yeah, like I said, just let me know if the volume is too much for the music, because I never know where to actually put it or keep it. Alright, so we have this building here, and it's raised up a little bit, which I love. So I'll put in a sidewalk. That's not what I wanted. Lower this a touch. If I can find out where the heck it is. There it is. So there is that. Now the thing is, I need a building right here. Or I could probably put in 2 buildings in between here and there. Maybe retain a small alleyway in between here, just because there are windows on this building. Just gotta figure out what buildings I could plop in here. A small little corner building. So it's probably gonna be one of those, and I want to start keeping the buildings a lot smaller, like these, probably the 2 biggest buildings in the area. Well, except for that tower right over there, which I might remove. Like, I love where it is because it's a circular tower and it's kind of on the curve of the river. And I'm working at office, but I have a gorgeous view of the city, but I don't know if I want that there. It might not fit. We'll wait and see when I get over there, but that is going to be a little ways up. So I need to go to the DS buildings. I know they have some good selections. Like, I know this is a common building I use, but I'm probably going to use it again. It fits, so probably use it somewhere else over here. And that's another thing too, like, I'm finding buildings that I love and that I want, it's just not right here. Ooh, a bar right next to the student society, the student community building. That is going to fit rather well. Because the building, the red building that I just showed, which was made by Trainsman 54, is an actual building that does exist. Exists in Trondheim, Norway. That's where my Norwegian friend spends a lot of her time. That's where her choir group, which sits on that billboard right there, performs and hangs out. And it's a really unique building. It was constructed in 1928, and no one actually knows how many rooms are in this building. Because it was built by the students for the students, and it was purpose built for them. And there's so many different rooms and varying sizes and ways to get there, and it is a really interesting building, a very unique building per se. That it is a cluster. It is a maze, and it actually used to be the site of where a circus used to sit. So. They retained this circular look of like a, get the word I'm looking for, but it was built with the circus in mind, and it's a circus inside, really. It is so crazy, but it's all student-ran, student-led, very, like I said, very unique structure, but it is a pain in the ass to navigate through for some. They say it's actually fairly easy to get lost in there. Which would suck in the case of a fire, or like an emergency, you know, me being Mr. Negative over here and disaster-oriented, but it's like, that was like my first thought, like, that would suck if like you had to get out in a hurry, and, you know, and you're in one of like the really weird rooms, because like there are places where you have ladders that lead to rooms. It is just a crazy structure, but very unique, and I'd love to go see it in person. And, you know, just a little building like this, there's a stage on the inside where people can perform and stuff, but big names like Motorhead has performed here. Like, fucking Motorhead. You know, Lemmy Kilmister performed here. Like, that's fucking cool. That's cool as hell to think, like, Lemmy Kilmister performed in that building. Of course, you know, they perform in a lot of places, but still, like, this little building here in Trondheim that, you know, it just... I gotta go there now. So... kinda want more houses than anything. Wait, what was that building? Go back. Oh, tell me I lost it. Scheist. Cornwall pastry. The Golden Lotus. Chinese takeaway. That's a nice little building, and I want it. And actually, I think it's gonna sit here in the alley. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take actually I'm going to take a sidewalk. I think it'll be a 3 wide one. Actually, let's make it, no, it's going to be 3. We'll make it 3. Take a 3 wide on the sidewalk. I'm going to lower this part of the terrain down so it's cohesive. That's one feature that I feel like I'm missing is like interesting little alleyways here in the city that actually have like houses and businesses built onto it. Like there is no road connection, but they were limited for space, so they built into the alleyways and such. And I don't think that's an aspect that I've captured fairly well. But in this crazy little area here, I think that's what we're gonna do. Of course, it's gonna be a little funky with the sidewalk, but I think we'll be just okay. So do part my Discord, that is the volcano Discord that I'm a part of, for volcano in Iceland. Alright, that's fine, I'm not too upset by that. Alright, now it just means I gotta get a little creative with the buildings. Actually, it has a nice base to it too. That's very nice. So I'll bring that over some because I'm gonna need a corner building. Actually, it has just a little lip that I don't like. There we go. All right, now I need a corner building. Gonna need to try to stick something in between all of that. So let's see what I can do here. Something small. If I can find something small. So this is the ever fun part, is attempting to find that one building that's going to fit here fairly well. That just happens to sit on a corner. You know, I could probably go ahead and type in DS corner. I wonder if that pops anything up. Not really. Alright. Never mind. already over in Marienburg. Or I could just use it again because no one can really notice, but at the same point. Wow, it's gonna be like a corn building. Shit. Whoops, wrong one. Of course. I like that one. So I'll use that. Delete that. I'll just put like a little sign on the corner. Pepsi sign or something like that. I don't need anything huge. That would work just fine. Gosh darn it. There we go. And then we'll slide it into place. Perfect. Now we're going to drag it up. Okay, not that much. Bring it down. So there is that. Oh, and it has that back. That'll be fine. Something I don't like Those are hurting me. I'm gonna hurt you if you don't accept it and just move on. But like, you can do this instead. CJ Ryan. Just need to put a little thing for that. Okay, fine. You CJ Ryan. That's still gonna have those windows. It's fine. Back it up just a touch too. See, look at that, cohesive. Just don't look right there. Look, no one's gonna notice. I noticed. Okay, well you don't care. You don't matter. Shit. Yeah, go back to the other building. Okay. And you're gonna do this. What am I gonna do? You'll see. Gonna take that building? Yeah, you get the idea. There you go. Look at that! How amazing. So now you don't have to worry about windows being blocked. You know, you can just do that. Okay, I mean, I guess that works. Yeah, well, it's gonna work because you're gonna sit there and worry about it for the next, like, week and a half. Yeah, you don't have to call me out like that. Well, you know it's true. Well, yeah, but still. Okay. Raise it up. Such. Now, why did that one get a basement, this one didn't? You know, that's a great question. I don't have the answer. Get the 10 meter. Howdy, trains, man. Welcome to the stream. So let's do this. Check the volcano chat real quick. Okay. Alright, so I just need one more building. I could probably squeeze a small building in right here. A very small building. Let's see real quick. Oh shit. Let me see, I can just squeeze a very small building in. I can squeeze in a townhouse of some kind. That's not very small, dude. Yeah, right. Where? Well, just so you know. There you go, you're cooking with gas. Wait. Sit like that. Say, it would work. Oh, that was nice. A little wide. Let's check. It could work. Give that a go. Let's shrink this area from the back, though. That's fine. We don't need a huge area. Alright, now all I need to do is just drag this back. Hey, RT fan. Welcome to the stream. Drag that back. Then, probably actually wiser to go ahead and this way. Okay, Jesus Christ. I'll lower that just a touch on one side. So we're gonna lower that by just 1.6. There. And that's how you do that, and then I'll just make some stairs up to here or whatever. So there is that area. I could probably put like some graffiti up here. Put some graffiti. Let's look at some graffiti I can put here like that. That's nice. Like that one. There we go. Raise it up. There, that fits just well. Just to kind of dress up the side of the building a little bit so it doesn't look so blank. Alright. So we have this little area in here. Now let's see what else do we need. How did I not raise this? I might have to raise this. Oh shit. Okay, don't raise that. Cheat. So it only needs to be back here. Oh, hey, no, get out of here. different little levels. And then I get to do that going up over here, which I don't know how far up to the bridge I'll go. I'll probably make this kind of a grassy area, so... hello, you definitely don't remember me, except change my name. Well, hello, either way, Michael. Welcome back to the channel. Alright, so let's get back to placing down the buildings. I want to do more homes, like I said, heading up the side of the hill. Maybe not that. That would be good for back here, though. Yeah, you've changed your name quite a few times, Phil. So I'll probably do like a brick wall spline around it, and then those some stairs down. Alright, so... yeah, the idea is, like I said, that put some kind of smaller houses back in here, just, you know, like I said, trying to fill in the space that there was. Yeah, it's probably like a lower income area, or, you know, since it's close to the student center, you know, it's just where a lot of students live in this area. It's kind of close to the college. It's, you know, college is right over there, so all I have to do is just go across the bridge, and they're there. So. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is, you know, it's the buildings are definitely a bit more European themed in some areas and whatnot, whereas others maybe looks a little more American. Like, that's probably a very Americanized place way over here, especially with the restaurants and such and how it's kind of designed. But this is a newer area in Trondheim, so it's a shopping mall, so it's going to be a little newer. So, but whereas other parts of the city, you know, even like this residential area, a lot of these buildings are kind of very European designed and looked. You know, even these buildings right up through here are very European. So, and this area is very, very European themed. So, yeah, a lot of... Yes, I was pointing that out at the beginning of the stream and such. Yeah, I'm working over here in the Singsaker-Øya section of Trondheim. Oh yeah. You know, I kind of associate shopping centers like that more with the United States, or at least hailing from the United States and such. So, or at least being from this neck of the woods. So I think I'll probably take, because there's going to be nothing over here. It's going to be all forests and maybe some benches and trails and whatnot. But so probably drag it up to about, I'd say right here, like no further than this line, and then the rest will just be put some terrain in, make some trees and stuff. And whatever. This area will probably come up, and I'll probably take that path up between here. So I'll probably try and maybe put some houses kind of in between here, maybe like a slight path that's going to go this way. Just try to put a lot of houses just back in here. You know, they're kind of built kind of on top of each other. And that path will spit out over to here onto the bridge. So it's all kind of interconnected. Because the idea is I want to make the city very walkable, you know, hence why pretty much everywhere has a sidewalk. You know, yeah, you got to go across this bridge and stuff like that. It's a very walkable city. It's a very rideable city. You know, bus network. I got to plan out more places for the bus, even though it's not needed because no one's gonna ride the bus. But I like to go through that detail because, you know, like I said, I'm designing a nation more or less, and I'd like everything to make sense. Also, might just have to break real quick to just hit the restroom, maybe get a drink, so that way my throat doesn't go dry halfway through this. But where's that post office? I might put that post office. I don't know. What are you? You are the CJ Ryan bar. I already got like 2 bars, one here, one there. I don't need a third. Well, I'm sure the students in this area do need a third, but we have these buildings. That certainly means something. Nice. Nice. They have a sale. Oh my god. I definitely feel like I put down this building before and said that exact same thing. Just goes to show on originally. Oof, that is certainly a door. You know, I think that's about as far as I'm going to drag this up. I know I said I'd go to about here. I think I'll just drag it to here, and then I'll just fill the rest in with trees, because I don't want to be spending a ton of time on all of that. So this is the post office here. Where am I going to put you? I could put that kind of behind here. Yeah, I'll probably put it behind there. until your touch. Alright, so I'll grab a sidewalk. That'll be just fine. Probably just start bringing that down. I mean, yeah. Students will be students no matter where they are students. So, howdy, Wisconsin. I know my Norwegian friend. She's not an alcoholic by any stretch of the imagination, but she definitely will go out and get drunk sometimes. I personally feel she can definitely put a lot more alcohol away than I can. I'm not really known for drinking a whole lot. That's not my thing. But yeah, I personally think that she definitely can put alcohol away a lot better than I can. Not that that's any, you know, major feat, but there goes the scanner again. I'm wondering if I should possibly lower the terrain over here, or should I just keep this as such? I don't know what I'm gonna do. I could put a building here and just have a stairway leading up to it. So I'm just trying to think, you know, like I'm trying to take a different approach to designing this area than I previously have in other places, just because it's such an odd area. And looking on the map, you know, I'm not trying to copy Trondheim to the T, but I'm definitely trying to take a lot of inspiration from Trondheim in certain areas. And I noticed that in this area in particular, that sits kind of by the Student Society building, which would also have a shit ton of alcohol in there too. So, you know, a lot of alcohol all in this area. This is, you know, a very, very alcohol heavy area. Oh yeah, that lag. Which is kind of funny because the where the sitting royalty lives is right about there. So all the partying is right here. Royals live right over there. So I believe that's the Norwegian embassy right here. I can't remember what this building was. That is a nice hole I have right there. Why is that there? That's a nice hole. Hole beyond. It was a mass grave. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Alright. But I noticed in this area over by the real Student Society building, like I said, there was a lot of houses that were kind of built really close together, like just kind of crammed in there. And even looking in my town and like the kind of like the downtown areas, like the buildings are fairly close. They're kind of like built behind each other or something to that effect. So. Yeah, I didn't really start drinking until I was about, like, I never went out as a kid, or even in high school, and drank with friends. My mom had a very strict no alcohol policy. It wasn't very popular, shocker, in high school, so I didn't really go out a whole lot. And here, obviously, in the States, you know, you can't drink till you're 21, which I understand why. You know, I perfectly understand why it's 21. I think it's wrong because at that age, you know, you can serve your country. Uh, so I personally feel that, you know, if you're allowed to go fight for your country, you know, I think it's pretty piss poor to sit there and you know, not be able to go and grab a drink with your buddies and stuff like that. But that's just personally me. You know, I know alcohol is a very touchy subject sometimes with some people. You know, there's just different ideas and about how it should be handled and such. But personally speaking, if you can serve your country, you should be able to go out and grab a drink with your comrades. So, not saying that, you know, that should be a sole requisite for joining the military, but I think that should be a perk. But yeah, it's weird over here. But I didn't really start drinking until I moved to Illinois. My ex's parents tried some alcohol, and yeah. And even like when I came home when I was 19, 20, my mom, she let me have you know, she'd get me some alcohol, and I would drink it there. And like my dad, he gave me like I can't remember what the hell it was, but he let me try a drink before I moved. I was 18, so like, you know, he let me try a drink, but like I never actually was able to drink until I moved to Illinois. Like my ex's parents would go out to the store and they would pick me up a case of alcohol and stuff like that for me, so when I get home I could have some and whatever at my own free will. It was a different way of life, but, you know, I was in their care and stuff like that, and it was what it was. But I had moonshine one night. That was nice. I'll tell you that was a real experience. Allowed to drive to 16, I mean, a whole 5 years to drink 15 for a bottle of alcohol from the machine. Yeah, you know, I was out recently, a couple weeks ago, getting some food down at one of the local burger stands, and there was a bunch of kids out there with their Audis and BMWs. You know, I'm like, oh great, mommy and daddy's cars and whatnot. And they were all souped up and tricked out. They were out there just being real stupid and stuff like that, and they were, you know, getting in their cars and cutting in and out of traffic and just being really, really irresponsible. And I'm like, you know, and I'm watching them all do this, and I'm like, what's it gonna take for one of these idiots to get themselves like really hurt? You know, what's it gonna take? You know, and not only that, but they're gonna get themselves hurt, and they're gonna get somebody else hurt. And then it started to click, like, you know, why things are the way they are here, because, you know, you give these kids licenses and they feel indestructible. You know. You give them a big, powerful car, and they feel indestructible. They feel like, you know, they can go and tool around because they, you know, I had a big-ass truck when I was their age, and it's like, yeah, you know, I like to kind of tool around. I definitely sped everywhere and stuff like that. It's like, I'm lucky I didn't get myself killed, or if I did get someone killed. I'm not saying we need to hold their hand and put restrictions on them. I mean, you know, if they want to go out and hurt themselves, then so be it. You know, that's how people learn, unfortunately, but it definitely started to kick into the back of my head that not everyone at a certain age is responsible enough to handle certain things. Or, you know, just because I was pretty decent at that age doesn't mean everyone else is. Not by any stretch of the imagination. So So that's just something I had to kind of like keep in mind, just for a second and whatever. I'm like, yeah, this explains a lot, really. Yeah, it's one thing to. It really is one thing to kind of go out and have fun and tool around and goof off and stuff like that. But when you are kind of playing in traffic, cutting in between cars, kind of creating a problem, threading that needle really close with people who are, maybe with their kids or going because, going somewhere because they have to work and stuff like that. But like I said, it just definitely kind of put things into perspective because, I'm 24, I'll be 25 in November. Actually, I need to finish making my Norwegian friend's birthday card because her birthday's this week. She'll be 25. But I'm 25. I've been driving for a while. I've been driving since I was 16. I've been flying since I was 13. So I could fly a plane before I could drive a car. I also think that's kind of put it into perspective for me and kind of kept me, no pun intended, grounded. It's definitely kept things in perspective for me. It's kind of kept me on the straight and narrow in most aspects. Because if I screw up and I do something stupid, that's gonna affect my future in flying. And that's something I always have to think about is, how's it gonna come around and bite me in the ass if, I fuck up. And like I said, that's kind of kept me on the straight and narrow. It's kind of kept me, responsible in a lot of senses and stuff. But townhouse. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, when I had my pickup truck, it's like I wasn't at the time too concerned. If I'm thinking back to me at that point in time, the idea of getting into a motor vehicle crash, I wasn't worried. I didn't want to be in a crash because I like my truck. I like my truck a lot. But, I remember talking with friends at like the lunch table, and they're like, well, what happens if you get into an accident? Oh yeah, no, there was a convoy of U-Haul trucks, and the lead U-Haul truck, they were coming up to the exit on the spur to get off in my town, and he was flying up in the left lane and stuff, and there was no one behind me. There was a lot of space behind me. He could have easily just filled in behind me. But instead, with this big-ass U-Haul truck, he sped up and almost took my front bumper off and put himself in the ditch in the process, and I'm just like, that, what was the point of that? You almost crashed the rental truck, you almost took me out with you, now I'm pissed off. And this guy was a grown-ass adult. I mean, he looked like he definitely was a real winner. But I definitely had a few things to say. I didn't get out of my car because, it's a crazy world we live in. And it just ain't worth it to say it sometimes. It just really isn't. But point being, like I said, I remember going to school and talking with friends and stuff like that. And, they're like, well, are you... because we talk about all the crazy shit we did, and like there was the general consensus at the lunch table, like, well, if I'm in my big ass truck, and it's not the biggest truck in the world, but it's big enough, me versus something else, it's gonna be pretty hard to, really hurt me because I'm in that big giant truck. Now, when I bought my Subaru, when I had that little itty bitty Subaru, yeah, everything kind of got put into perspective for me. Like, I'm like, oh shit, I'm no longer. Yeah, I have a dash cam in my car now, and I need to leave it running all the time when I'm driving because I only got one plug-in for it, and so I want to listen to my music on my Bluetooth, but I got to plug in the Bluetooth device. I need to find a way that I can run a Bluetooth device from my phone without having to plug it in. So that way I can leave that dash cam running, because that dash cam is going to save my ass one of these days. What the fuck am I doing here? But anyways, so like, But when I bought that little Subaru, like I said, everything got put into perspective for me. You know, now I'm the little guy. You know, all my buddies that I used to run around with, who I kind of stopped talking to after high school, you know, they're still running around in their big pickup trucks. They still are to this day. Same big dopes from high school are still running around in pickup trucks, driving like jackasses. Now they have motorcycles too, which is funny. Subaru, I had a '98 Legacy GT. That was fun. I'll actually dig up a picture of it real quick. I'll put it up on the screen. Give me like 1 second. Let me go to desktop. Storage. Yeah, I got a picture of it. I'll put it up on the screen. It wasn't much, but it was a fun little car. Yep, I have a 2009 Crown Victoria Police Interceptor now. Oh look, I opened right up to that photo. That was a fun little car. Alright, let me, oh, I don't want nitro. Alright, let me open up Discord. And no, so because I want to keep the dash cam plugged in, because I'm, you know, I never really go anywhere too long, and if I am going somewhere very far, you know, I have other ways to charge it, like I can plug it into my battery pack or a laptop and such. Scroll down real quick. That was my Subaru. That was my '98 Legacy GT. So that was a fun car. It was a little car, but it was real nice. I loved it. I named it the Emerald Knight. It was a great car. Had a couple of problems. There was a couple of rust spots on it, just because it, you know, up here in Maine. But that was a great car. I loved it because, well, hey, it had a sunroof, and that was nice. But most cars, the roof, you know, it goes up and the roof starts to kind of like go down in the back. But this, the roof stayed the same height the whole way across. Man, that was a fucking dent right there. Remember that? And I would always forget about that dent until I was getting in my car, like, fuck a dent. Oh, that's been there. And always freak out, like, who hit? Oh, no, that's been there. But yeah, no, but the roof stayed the same height the whole way across, so people in the back didn't feel cramped in there. It's actually pretty damn spacious, like the whole back seat folded down. The only thing was, had about 178,000 miles on it when I sold it. Subaru's notorious for the head gas that's going. She definitely smoked a little bit at lights, like, there were some problems that she was having. Sometimes she would just, you know, start kind of smoking and it would smell like oil. You know, mechanics, each mechanic said different things about it. You know, one was saying head gaskets, the other was saying seals somewhere. Some thought I had a leak. I don't know. But point being is, you know, it was a great car. It was fun to drive. It just handled so well. Great stereo in there too. But fortunately, I was buying the Crown Vic, and I, you know, I kind of wanted to get that. It's actually also where I lived in Illinois, way out in the country. That was my ex's car right there. She had a '99 Pontiac Bonneville. That was a great car too. That Bonneville was a nice car. Big ass car that was. Her Bonneville was huge. And then I got my Crown Vic, and then my car was huge. So had to assert my manhood real quick. I think while I'm sitting right here, maybe I'll pull up my truck too. Let me see if I got a picture of that truck. Yep, there it is. Let me pull up the truck. I closed Discord. I did close Discord. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, we'll get back to the building. So that was my old truck. It's a 1999 or 1995 Chevy 1500 or Chevy Silverado 1500 Z71. That was a fun truck. Like, wasn't good for hauling much, but it was a damn good truck. Solid, didn't rust. You know, had a couple of rust spots in the front, but that was from a leaf guard that used to be up there. But that was an awesome truck. I so miss this truck. Everything about this damn truck. Everything that could break on this truck did. You know, this truck just. I definitely beat the piss out of it. You know, I definitely put that truck through the ringer. But it was awesome. I loved it. Many miles in that truck. Had big, heavy-duty tires, and but it was awesome. Just sat up high. It was tall. It was just lovely. It was a great truck. But had that through high school, and it was my stepdad's truck because he has a bunch of cars and he didn't use it. I was gonna buy it off of him and stuff, treated it like my own and whatnot, and finally him and my mom split up. He wanted the truck back 'cause my mom was kind of pitting it against him, or there was some issues. You know, I've heard multiple stories of what actually happened, but he wanted the truck back because it was just kind of creating too many issues. Yeah, my aunt has a Nissan Rogue. I had to take it down because she had a screw in the tire the other day. So I had to take that down in the garage. And, you know, it drives very nice. I liked the way it handled. The Nissan handled very, very well. You know, it just kind of lacked a little bit in power. I didn't particularly like that. It just kind of felt like it needed... Well, I say that. So there was a sport and eco mode on it, and my aunt just drives around in normal mode, but, like, I didn't particularly like how you needed the eco mode, or the sport mode, to kind of get those extra RPMs. Like, you could totally mash your foot to the floor and the car would go. It almost seemed like it would hesitate a little bit. But, you know, you just kind of seemed like you needed those extra horsepowers to kind of get the car to do really anything. Which, like I said, I didn't particularly like. Or you needed to, like, put it into the sport mode for it to do anything, is what I'm trying to say here. Like I said, didn't care for it, but once you put it in the sport mode, like, it had that power. You know, it kind of came in handy because I was trying to time a gap to go, because I was trying to make a turn to bring it back to my aunt's house. There were just cars coming, so I popped it in sport mode, and when the gap came, I went. And it came in handy because if I didn't have that sport mode on, I probably wasn't going to be able to get out of the way, or I would have held someone up. But it just kind of felt like, you know, for a big SUV, it shouldn't be lacking that much power, but it did. So, wasn't particularly a fan. Like I said, it handled very well. It rode very nice, you know, and I'd hope so because it's a 2020. But yeah, just wasn't my cup of tea. You know, I'm buying a Ford Focus here soon, for 2012. I'll put a picture of that up real quick. You know, I had a Ford Focus for a couple months. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but it's a great car. I love it. I'm hoping I can get it. I just have to go to the bank and get that squared away. So this is the Focus that I'm looking at. So just a 2012 little hatch, little fuel sipper. I'm keeping the Vic. I just want to take the Vic off the road and such. But yeah, no, it's a cute little car. It's got some miles on, 154,000. But I like the car. I like the hatch particularly. But I just you know, need to save some fuel, need to save some gas, need to save some miles on the you know, need to save some miles on the Crown Vic, and particularly keep it off the road in the wintertime. But you know, I'm in love with it. Like I said, the only thing I need to do is go down to the bank and talk about getting a loan. Probably gonna need a cosigner, just because I don't make a whole lot of money right now, and I just started work, so I don't have a whole lot of history at my job. I'm kind of thinking they're gonna deny me. It's only $3,800, which isn't a lot, really, if you think about it. But I just have low hopes. Plus, it's been a few weeks, and the guy at the place, he's been kind enough to hold it. I just don't want to keep him waiting any longer. But he's doesn't seem like he's in any hurry. You know, I did go up and talk with him a couple weeks ago, and he seems like a patient man. You know, just like I said, don't want to keep him waiting for too long. But like I said, I would like something that's a little better on gas. You know, those cars get upwards of 38 miles a gallon. So I had that 2014 Focus for a little while, and it got really great gas mileage. You know, granted, it was a couple of years newer and had a lot less miles on it, but still. Unfortunately, no, it's an automatic. Manuals are kind of hard to find up here, and I was pretty dead set on getting a manual for my next car, but unfortunately, I just want to save gas. It's a really great deal. You know, so I kind of really can't afford to be picky because it's such a great deal. I will find a manual someday, because I'm very dead set on getting a manual. Never owned one, but I do drive a bunch. My stepdad owns a bunch of manuals, so like his RSX, love his RSX. That's a great car. But yeah, it just, like I said, because of how good of a deal it was, I didn't want to wait. And I like Ford Focuses. I was gonna try and get a Fiesta. Fiestas are tiny, but I test drove a Fiesta with a 6-speed. No, it was a 5-speed. I test drove a Fiesta with a 5-speed, and that thing was fun. That was so fun. That was a very fun ride in that car. You know, yeah, it was tiny and stuff, but like it drove very well. Yeah, we got Jaguar. I've seen Aston Martins here. Land Rovers, I call them tow trucks because they always need a tow truck. McLaren, I've seen them. They're not here in Maine. Jags, there's actually a dealership in my next town over in Scarborough. But yeah, we got Jaguars here. Land Rovers, Range Rovers, they're pretty common. Like I said, very unreliable cars in my personal opinion. I've just really heard very poor things about Land Rovers. Like, they're great cars, just until they break. They're like Jeeps. You know, Jeeps suck. Like, never buy a Jeep without a warranty. I can't stand Jeeps. Jeeps are horrible. Yep, I've seen the Fusions and the Tauruses. I actually would love to get a 2020 Ford Fusion. Or Taurus, whichever one it is. I think it's the Fusion we're making. Ford doesn't make cars anymore, as far as I'm aware. But no, Range Rovers, and Land Rovers, they're just not very reliable. So, and, you know, I don't mean much disrespect towards, you know, hold on a second. Oh yeah, no, they're abysmal. You know, I see Range Rovers on the secondhand market often, and I have been, you know, kind of told by car dealers that like they are the worst cars to sell. They particularly only sell them to, you know, more well-to-do folk who have a bit of money to spend and don't mind paying for a car that's going to break down all the time, because they can definitely afford the maintenance. And actually, Ethan, there is actually a guy in my town who owns a Lamborghini. This guy here owns Lamborghini. I have seen a couple of guys with high-end Porsches. Audis are quite common here. Higher-end Audis. I believe it's an R8. I've seen one. There are some exotics here in Maine. It's just you don't really want to drive them here because our roads kind of suck. You know, because of how harsh the winters are. Like, it's so bad. Like, my stepdad had a Mazda RX-7. That was a cool car. That was a cool car, I tell you that. That car was awesome. But he had an RX-7 for a while, and you know, just the problem was the road. It would just kick the shit out of you all day. The roads were just so bad here that, like, you know, it didn't really provide a great ride because the roads were so bad. You know, winters here are just so harsh that it just, with how much maintenance they need to do to the road to keep the snow off of it, you know, it just tears it all up. So, Teslas are kind of, I'm not really a fan. Like, they're cool, and, you know, I understand what they're trying to accomplish and whatnot. I'm just personally not an electric car fan. I certainly think Teslas look weird. Fire weather watch in effect for Saco till Monday 8 a.m. How the hell? It's raining! Still in a drought or something? I can't figure this out. It's raining. How the hell are we in a fire watch? So I need more stairs. So BMWs are personally trash, in my opinion. They just... Now, let me rephrase this real quick. BMWs are great if you can drive them really, really fast, as most of their owners do anyways. You know, they handle lovely at high speeds. They were built to go quickly. Unfortunately, here in the States, they just kind of don't work particularly well because there's not a lot of places you can drive them at the speeds they were meant to be driven at. So the handling is very stiff. You know, it's like I said, it's very high-speed handling. You know, but I just found that the BMWs, they just weren't good cars when driven at slower speeds. They just kind of really sucked. Drivers are also assholes too that drive BMWs predominantly here in the States at least. But also, like, I just didn't really like BMWs. Like, I'm sure you could gather that by how poorly I'm talking about them. I didn't really care for how they handle. I don't really care for how you know, they just didn't really handle the bumps too well. They were just very stiff. Like, it was just a very sporty suspension. Like, it didn't do me any good at the speeds I was driving. So, to me, the BMW just wasn't a good car. Now, particularly, German cars are fairly reliable, predominantly, but when they do break, because of that good old German engineering, they are kind of expensive to maintain. And, you know, and that's just because it's a very complex engineered car. Because again, the Germans do kind of over-engineer things a little bit, and that's fine. Like I said, it does make for an experience, but like I said, it does make for a pricey repair when it comes down to it. So Audis kind of the same way. Porsches, I kind of prefer them a little more. In Volkswagens, I would definitely drive a Volkswagen. You know, I've always kind of found a lot of love for Volkswagens. So. Yeah, I will say Porsche SUV drivers are the worst. Like, if you drive a Porsche SUV, you suck. Now, actually, so my stepdad rented a Cayenne, or whatever it's called, and he said it just felt like he was going so slow. But then he looked down and he realized he was doing 90. And, you know, he kind of freaked out, so he slowed down and stuff like that. But he didn't even realize he was doing 90. Because the car just drove so damn well. You know, and that's kind of the problem. Is like the car drove very well, and it was so smooth that you couldn't tell how fast you were going, and that's kind of the problem. Now that Subaru that I was talking about, you know, I could drive that car slow, and it would feel like I was going really fast. And that's kind of something I like, you know. They always say it's better to drive a slow car fast than a fast car slow. Because at least in a slow car, you feel like you're going a lot faster than you really are. So you don't need to speed and stuff like that. Whereas in the fast car, you can't really do anything with it. Because you can't go race anywhere, you can't drive it really quickly, and so on and so forth. So there's no real benefit to owning a fast car and going slow all the time. There, so that area is kind of detailed up, or at least built a little bit, so it all makes sense. So we're not going to do anything over here anymore. This is all just going to kind of be grass and trees and such. I will probably put some buildings right here alongside the path. I do want to stick like a building up here, like a small house or something. That's kind of my little tidbit on cars. Like I said, you know, I am very partial to my Fords. You know, I kind of don't particularly like how Ford's doing things lately. So Kia. I love Kias. So I'm actually really in love. I think it's with the it's the Kia. It's one of the cars. Let me go. It's not the Rio's really nice. Rio's the small car. It's not the Rio. It's the shit. It's the car that has 4 wheels and a steering wheel and it drives places. Fuck me, what is that car? It's not the Stinger, although the Stinger's very nice. Is it the Optima? Yes, it's the Kia Optima. So you can get a Kia Optima, right? I was looking at some Kias for about $22,000, brand new off the lot. A Kia Optima. The Kia Optima is loaded, handles well, got lots of power. It's a great car. Like, so reliable, easy to work on. The reviews are great. It's safe. It's fuel efficient. Great cars. Kias, it's a great purchase. Hyundais, I am a little on the looks of Hyundais. Hyundais are good cars, though. South or Korean cars are very worth it, and yes, they rival Japanese. Because I've noticed with Japanese cars like Toyota, the Japanese cars I've noted tend to be kind of on the more expensive side. And I mean, you're not really getting a whole lot, between the two, or there's not a whole lot more that you're getting with the Japanese car than you are with the Korean car. So in my opinion, I would almost say that the Korean cars are more worth the buy because you're getting more for your buck. And honestly, because it's always in good practice to buy a car that, take your salary and basically buy a car that you can easily make that money within a year. So like if anything happens, you can make that money. Because, you don't want to buy a car that you can't afford. Just a little pro tip for y'all. But the big thing is that, drag this out. No, should do that. But the Korean cars are great cars. It's a great buy, really. Yes, the Sonata's like, so the Hyundai Sonata is a great buy. Like, I'm just personally not a fan of the Hyundais. I've kind of found myself more in tune with the Kias. That is just a more of a personal opinion. But the Hyundais are still great cars. They're very great cars. You do also get a lot for your buck there. And like I said, the cars are fairly reliable, which is always a big bonus because, you don't want to buy a car that's unreliable. So Subarus, that's something else I will say. So Subarus, phenomenal cars, like god tier. Like they are some of the cars to end all cars, but they are expensive. Subarus are very expensive, and that's something that I don't particularly like about Subarus, is that you're paying a lot for those cars. Because that's something that also that people kind of forget, is that you get what you pay for, but sometimes you are just kind of paying for the name. Like there are just times that's kind of entirely all you're paying for is the name of the car. Like you're just paying for the badge up front, and that's something that I don't particularly like. Is that some cars are kind of priced just because it's a Ford or just because it's a Toyota, and so on and so forth. So those are some things that I don't particularly like and that I try to keep in mind with the manufacturers. I kind of suspect that Kia is starting to become that be careful who you call ugly in middle school kind of car, and that potentially in the next 10-20 years their prices could start going through the roof, because their cars are worth a damn. The cars have always been worth a damn. It's just they never had the looks of the features. They were always kind of that just cheap kind of starter car that you would buy that's reliable and that is just cheap, and that's what you got. Yes, Alfa Romeos are in the US. They're actually they are nice. I do like me some Alfa Romeos, but like I said, with Subaru, you're getting a very reliable car. You're getting a very efficient car. You're getting a very safe car. Like incredibly safe car. Like, I always love those commercials where they'd show, like, you know, that destroyed Subaru involved in a serious crash, and it started out at the crash scene, and the firefighter walked up, and he's like, you know, they lived. And then it was the car would pass by, you know, in a different scene, and everyone would say they lived. And that was Subaru's big sell for that car is, you know, they lived. You know, this person survived the crash. You know, buy our car because it's safe. And that's something I've always felt is, you know, Subaru is very keen to tap into. They're very keen to sit there and remind people that, you know, hey, yeah, our cars cost a lot, but you have some peace of mind because you're gonna walk away from that crash. And that's kind of where they get their big selling point, like I said, is that they are very safe cars. But Subaru's, for all it's worth, like, personally me, I don't really want to sit there and pay all that money for a car. You know, it's just, it's a little much sometimes to sit there and say, you know, this starter Subaru Impreza is $28,000. You know, it's a base model hatchback. It doesn't even have the nice rims on it. It's got those basic ass, bitch ass rims on it. And they're charging you, you know, upwards of $28,000. It's like, or you could go get a Kia Rio for, you know, with a few more features, maybe even power windows, for, you know, like $16,000, $17,000. For someone who's, you know, starting out in the world, a $17,000 car or a 16, maybe even a 15. I've seen like a couple-year-old Kia Rio with very few miles on it, very loaded. You know, for $13,000. That's cheap. You know, even a Ford Fiesta, which is also fairly safe, small but safe. Starting price $13,000. But you know, so it all depends on the manufacturer and, you know, what the consumer is willing to pay. Oh, I kind of like that. Might have to use that house over, because I want to do an older version of this route when it's done, like back in the 50s. And the Marienburg neighborhood had a massive fire blow through, and it took forever to rebuild it. So I want to use some of those buildings over there. But side note, but yeah, so, you know, like, but yeah, you know, our cars cost a lot, but your life, priceless. But like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You know, that's a pretty decent sell. You know, that's kind of Subaru's shtick, is, like I said, reminding people that, hey, yeah, our cars cost a lot, but you can replace the car, you can't replace your life. And it's like, yeah, you're right, I can't. But I also don't want to pay an arm and a leg for your car. It's, again, I got other things to spend my money on, like food. So, you know, it's one thing to keep in mind when buying a Subaru, and so, you know, I could go on all day about cars. You know, I have big thoughts on just about every manufacturer. You know, I've driven a lot of cars. Because my big thing back when I was a kid, yeah, so I will eventually do this route in the 50s, but I want to build it first in present day. You know, but back when I was a kid, which I'm gonna have to take a break here in a second, just go hit the restroom and just freshen up, get a drink, so because I can feel my throat getting very dry, so I got cotton balls back there. But when I was in high school, I used to go around to the car dealerships, and I used to kind of con test drives out of the salesman, because, you know, I'm flying airplanes and stuff like that. I used to tell them the same story, you know, oh, my stepdad's a pilot, I'm getting ready to graduate soon, you know, he's got a big bonus, upgraded on an aircraft, you know. I would come in there and I would talk the talk. I'd come in there and stuff like that, and because I used to pay attention to a lot, you know, I'm a wallflower, I'll put it that way. I kind of keep to myself and hang out in the background. And I used to sit and pay attention a lot to how the rich kids in my high school acted, when they were out and about. And they kind of had this very kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but I just paid attention to how they acted in the world, and I picked up on that. So when I'd go out to these car dealerships, even at a young age, I carried myself. And these guys are desperate because they want to make a sale. They want to get that commission. They want to get that sale and stuff like that, because most of these guys are working off commission. God bless some of these guys now, because now some of them are being able to work off salary, but it almost kind of sucks now because now they're not so eager to make the sale, because either way they're getting paid. It's not anything off their back because they're getting paid still. But back then, a lot of these dealerships in my town, their guys were getting paid off commission, so they had to make that sale, so they were desperate. So I'd come in there and stuff like that. And I'd talk the talk, and I'd always try to give a similar story and stuff, and I'd always try to go in and, sometimes I'd run into the same guy and stuff like that, or I'd go hit up the same dealership a couple weeks at a time, and these guys didn't, they had a high turnover rate at these dealerships for these guys, because, they're in there and stuff like that, then they realize the job sucks, and then sometimes, the morning shift generally had the older folk who, that was their career and stuff like that. They were car salesmen, and they were very good at it. But the younger guys generally worked evenings when I was getting off of school, or when I was, just in general. So I kind of had it figured out. But I go down there and I test drive all sorts of cars. Never like the really expensive muscle cars. I ain't gonna touch those. But I try and see what's on the used lot. I try to keep it realistic, but go in there with kind of a very hoity-toity attitude and stuff like that. And try to see, how far I could take it. I test drove a lot of fucking cars. That's actually how I ended up buying the Crown Vic, because I saw the Crown. I kind of wanted to see how cop cars drove, and so I found one online, and I contacted the guy and drove all the way out to see it. I was just gonna test drive it and then be done with the day. Tool around. It was raining. I knew it was rear-wheel drive. I was just gonna get it sideways a little bit, then I was just gonna go home. But I sat down in that car and I was like, oh my god, and I was in love. But I can't remember where I was going with that story. I really can't. I have no clue where I was taking that story. Ugh, that's upsetting. I really have not done a lot of work. I remember when I was in the USA, I rented a Ford Escape. I'm pretty sure I liked it. Yeah, those are okay cars. They're pretty good. Little SUV and stuff like that. But yeah, I can't for the life of me remember when I was going with that story. That kind of ticks me off. What the fuck was I doing? I can't remember. Pint to Guinness. Hey, sir. Yeah, I can't, I'm trying to remember, like, how I started that story. And not only that, but, like, where was I going with it? Because that's the problem. I don't remember exactly where I was taking that story. Because, like, I feel like there was a point, but now I'm just kind of lost and can't remember. I'll keep this house here for now. I don't know if I'm going to keep that forever. But no, I could sit here and talk about cars all day. I mean, so it's always been a big pastime of mine. Like I said, I have driven a lot of different cars. I think that's what I was going to say is, like, I can talk about a lot of cars because I've driven a lot of cars. I've had such a huge interest in cars because I used to go and con them at a test drives. I think that's where I was going with that. I think. Like, I can't remember exactly, but I don't know if that necessarily fits. We're going to move along from it, though, because I don't want to stew too long on one building. I do want these houses that stood over here in Marienburg, though. The LFX, LX, I'm sorry, LX. Yeah, didn't watch a lot of Top Gear. I mean, I've watched a lot of the old episodes now, and I missed out truly. Probably a lot easier for you to watch it since you're over there and such, but yeah, I love Crown Vics. Anytime I see a Crown Vic, I always gotta point it out. People actually kind of like my car. Like, I was at the grocery store about maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and I was pulling up, and there was a guy walking away from the store, heading to his car. And as I drove by, he kind of turned around and like, you can kind of tell like he wanted to talk to me. And now I do get a lot of crap from people about my car because it's an old cop car, so I do generally hear a lot of shit from people about it. People do generally say things about it, and aren't always the kindest when they say something about it. But I knew what I was getting into buying the car, so you just kind of have to have thick skin. The point being, so this guy, he approached me while I was getting out of my car, and I was a little standoffish at first, but he had asked me if it actually was an old cop car. I started talking with him, and he's like, I always wanted one of these cars, but I always want to talk to these people, like, where do you get them? He's like, I'm just curious, like, where do you buy them exactly? Because he's like, I bought my old, he had an old Dodge van that he got at auction. Looked like it was in fairly good shape, too, and those old Dodge vans are pretty good. He said you can haul a lot of stuff in them. And he drove up and down the coast and whatever, and it was just nice because his was like a camper. He kind of like made like a little camper out of it. My stepdad has an old Chevy van from the 70s that his uncle used to use for that exact reason, because he was a pilot for Delta, and one night coming home from the airport, he fell asleep behind the wheel of his car and almost died. So he bought a big old van and just kept a mattress in the back. So when he was driving home, or when he got home late from his flight, he'd just go to sleep. Wake up all refreshed and then drive home. Point being, so he's talking to me and stuff like that. He asked if he could look inside my car, and I said sure. And he's looking all around, and he loved it. He loved it. He thought it was really, really cool. But there are just people that are very interested in my car, and there is kind of some positive response. It's just, I like that. And Crown Vics, I've always kind of noted, have a bit of a following behind them. Case in point, myself. I'm kind of a Crown Vic nut. I love my Crown Vic. I see other Crown Vics. I try to seek out the owner and maybe chat with them. I've chatted with an older gentleman once. He had his Crown Vic, and he needed just a little help getting in his car, so I kind of helped him for a second. But we chatted for Crown Vics for a moment. He had a civilian model, which still are very nice. But, you know, it's just Crown Vics, to me, kind of have a nice little culture behind them most of the time. And they're just fun cars. They're just really fun cars. I've enjoyed driving mine forever. And that's a big reason why I want the Focus, is to kind of help preserve mine and keep the miles off of it, like I've said. Yeah, cop Vics are different than regular ones. Civilian ones have different features that the cops don't. The cop ones handle a little differently than the civilian ones. But if you give me guys just a minute, I'm just gonna go ahead and just hit the restroom, just so I can.
And if you just believe and always stay true,
also get a quick drink.
We'll be there to watch over you.
So I'll be right back. I'll leave you here with this nice little view. So I'll be back in like just a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Are we listening to Kaldvann National? Yes. Yes. There's another version of the Crown Vic called the Lincoln Town Car and a Mercury version. No, so there was no technical Mercury, or yes, sorry, there was a Mercury version. Get my manufacturers confused. So Mercury had the Mercury Grand Marquis, or the Grand Marquis, and then there was the Mercury Marauder, which the Mercury Marauder was identical to the Crown Vic. It was basically a Crown Vic that had a 5-speed manual option, and it was retrofitted and modified to get 301 horsepower, I believe. That's the Mercury Marauder. The Grand Marquis was it was very popular. That's why there's a shit ton of them out there. They sold like 175,000 of those cars. But the Marquis, hold on a second. The Grand Marquis was a real good car too. I mean, they called that car the Panther platform. The Crown Vic, the Marauder, the Town Car, and the Marquis. That's all built on the same platform. It's the same frame. Great cars. I mean, all great cars. I would like a Lincoln Town Car just because they're really nice. They're a little expensive, so I don't imagine I would get one. Also, just like I kind of would like another Crown Vic over a Town Car, but that's just entirely me. That is just entirely me, but you know, so but they're all phenomenal, really reliable, sturdy, solid cars, big boxy land barges. I mean, like I said, I have no regrets ever buying my Crown Vic. So, all right, I think we're gonna kind of move out of this area a little bit because I don't really think there's any more buildings I can splotch into here. I did kind of want to extend this path to kind of go to over here. To kind of back up that, so that path is now over here, so people can walk kind of along the riverside. But I now need to take this road and kind of bring it down the hill over to here. It's supposed to be a palace, I guess is what it's said to be. I kind of think it's more of like a small, I kind of view this as like a little library, so I'm gonna put that somewhere nearby. I'm just trying to think how I want to do this road exactly. Because I've done a lot of hand-painted roads, but now I'm getting into areas where it doesn't really follow the grid, and that's a pain and the absolute ass. Which is kind of why I'm using these asphalt splines. Wish it came in a larger width, like a 20-meter width. That'd be kind of nice. I think Audi, he has some roads and stuff like that that are a little, or actually he has driveways. I'm sorry, he has driveways that are kind of fairly wide. So this area over here is going to be predominantly just houses, which is why I'm thinking of getting rid of this building here. As much as I like it, I just don't think it particularly has a place over here. I kind of want to put one of the community centers that LTG made, even though I kind of have one over there. I might chuck this school over here, I don't know. But I'm kind of thinking this building needs to go. As much as I like it because it's a circle building, you know, it's a cool little circular building. It sits on the corner of this river, or this kind of bend on the river. But Statesman's house, yeah, it could be. A lot of the statesmen's houses are up there. People love government. Like this here is the royals' house. Cardinals beat the Reds, nice. Wow, I think it's got a good range on it today. Normally that thing never loads. I wonder, because those all have flashing lights on too. I wonder if they'll pop up. Let's see real quick. Should be, yes, there's the airport lights. Yep, there they are. You can see all the lights on those buildings over there. That's cool. I wish they all kind of blinked at different intervals, but trains. Then you can see the lights. Yeah, so like those lights flash a little quicker than those lights, which I kind of like. But I don't know, I love that strobe up there. I don't know why I like that strobe, but I just love that strobe. Get a little laggy when I look over there too. Big performance hit. Need to beef your computer. Actually, I think I'm going to take this road spline from part of the line. Actually, there's a bit of a median, it looks like. So I'm going to take Audie's median that he made. A little narrower than I wanted, but that is more than okay. Drag it all the way through, and then I'll just start lining it up as I go. Now, the other thing I can recommend to you guys, because this is one place that I fail, I never work in layers, and that's one thing that would have helped me out a ton on this route, is if I've worked in layers. So learn from my mistakes, work in layers. Because that's one thing I never did, and I regret it. Have you painted any more X-plane planes recently? I think so. I did Aero 787 and Aero 737 400. I haven't painted any X-planes as of late. I can't remember, did I show you the new Deknar airplanes? If not, I'll just pull it up real quick. So there's my Deknar redesign again. Very nice aircraft. That's a nice one right there. Yeah, then more Brothans. But yeah, another new livery, because I didn't like the last one I painted, just because it kind of looked boring. So I redid it, just to kind of make it look better. So that is officially what that airline will be going with, that I'll be painting up and such. So I'll just be painting that up for that airline. I don't know if I'll do anything with it. Like, I don't know if I'll actually make like an actual virtual airline out of it. I need to worry about Brothans first, because that's my main virtual airline that I'll be working on. And I also have other people who are kind of waiting on me to get Brothans up and running, so we can do co-chairs and stuff for alliance-related things. But you know, I need to get Brothans up and running. That's what I'm trying to say here. So Deknar might actually become a thing in the future. I don't know. Kind of wait and see. Might be my U.S. holiday airline to like Bahamas or whatever, or Brothans. We'll wait and see. But for now, that's kind of what I'm doing. So. Yeah, and it kind of requires money. Like, that's the only thing why Brothans is taking so long to get up and running, is it requires money. And money is just not something I have lying around in excess right now, so... You know, it sucks, and it sucks getting older, because that's something I've kind of had to realize, is like, you know, I just don't... I can't be spending the money that, you know, I used to spend, because, you know, I have to be more responsible. I'm trying to clean up some debt and stuff like that. You know, it's not a whole lot of money to get it up and running, but at the same point, it is money. And that's just something that I can't afford to just be throwing away willy-nilly on needless things, but... I'll work it out once I, you know, kind of start bringing in money more regularly. And getting my bills figured out. Like, yeah, I'll be able to sit and determine. It depends, you know. But it does cost money, Phil, so... You know, it also depends on what flight simulator you want to use and whatnot, but... you know, if you... Depending on the flight sim, like, you know, you also kind of have to keep in mind, like, you have to repaint the aircraft and whatever, and... You know, that takes a lot more skill than I possessed at first. From my days on SketchUp, like... You might be able to paint a SketchUp aircraft, but you know, can you actually repaint a an actual aircraft on the flight sim? And that's kind of something that you have to stop and realize is like they're not easy. They are not easy to repaint at all. You can learn. You most certainly can learn, but it might take some time, like a lot more time than might want. Shit. So, I mean, I could always attempt a repaint for you. If you're on X-Plane, I can maybe try and figure out a repaint for you if you have that flight sim. Kind of hailing back to my days on SketchUp, paint new aircraft and stuff like that again. But again, that is, you know, only if you have X-Plane, because otherwise it's kind of pointless to do so. But you know, I'm friends with people who have their own virtual airlines, like for the flight sim and such, and well, all right. So let me explain that real quick for you, Phil. So Brothen's is an actual airline, or it was. So Brothen's used to exist, you know, like Continental, I guess. You know, so Brothen's used to be a real airline way back in the day, and then they merged with Scandinavian, SAS. I can't remember when exactly. I think in like the early 2000s they merged. But if I were to branch out in any other simulator, I would just do Prepare P3D. But I don't know Prepare P3D, and I don't intend to at any point in time. So Brothen's is kind of restricted to X-Plane 11. So if you see other Brothen's aircraft, it's not me. It's people actually painting the real version of that aircraft. I just kind of did like a what if this airline still existed kind of deal. Brothen's isn't like Deknar and stuff like that, where it's, you know, completely fictional and such. No, it actually used to exist. Like if I were to go here, like, okay, that's really tiny. That's like there's a 737-400. Why are these pictures so small? Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! You know, there's them under the SAS paint after they merge and stuff. Jesus. A 767-200. There's them now flying in Sweden. They came back as like a really weird airline. So, yeah, they used to exist and such. But, so, but that's Brothen's. But now we're pretty much just X-Plane. So. But. Christ, I don't want that one. I'm annoyed with that now. try and figure that out. Oh yeah. No, that's fine. I mean, if you used to paint FSX, then, you know, hey, power to you. You know, I'm not switching because, you know, I've been in X-Plane for many, many years, and I don't intend on moving anytime. God damn it. This kid's why we work in different layers. There. But I'm still fleshing out Brothans, I suppose. I'm still trying to figure out, like, you know, what exactly I'm flying, what exactly I'm operating. You know, I've kind of now narrowed it down to I'm flying pretty much 737s. I was thinking about operating the Max. I think I'm going to wait on the Max for a while. You know, I'm going to look into just the next-gen series of 7.3s and such. So we're probably just going to fly those, which I'm all cool with. You know, I'm not a big fan of the Max. And plus the model on X-Plane is a little too laggy on my end, just because I have a very shitty computer. So, you know, I'm okay with that. You know, maybe when the model gets a little better in performance, I'll use it. You know, our only long-haul aircraft at the moment is 767-300ER. So, we do operate the A321neo. I don't know how long I'm going to keep that. You know, if I do bring Deknar back, I might transfer the Neos over to Deknar. But everything is kind of up in the air right now because, you know, I just kind of want to focus on Brothans and you know, make that my sole project for right now. And, not really worry too much about the other crap. Shite. Yeah, I won't talk too much about Rothan's fleet since it's really a Rothan's stream. But for mainline service, we're using the Boeing 737-700, 737-800, 737-900. I would like to use the 900ER, and then we have the 767-300ER. And then, of course, as the models start to come out for X-Plane, we'll be using the 787, hopefully family. I would like to upgrade to the 8, 9, and 10. And then I would also like to, when it eventually comes out, pick up the MD-11, just because I want a 3-engine aircraft, damn it. No, and I would love to use the MD-11. Just absolutely love to use the MD-11. Not very realistic, but hey. For regional service, we're using the 737-600. Excuse me. The Embraer EMB 110 Banderante, the ERJ-140LR, and the Saab 340B. Then for freight, we're using the 727-200. We only have one of those, and then the 737-800 BCF. We have a crap ton of Airbus A319s that are parked, some 737-300s, a couple of 500s, Fokker 50s, and Dornier 328s. So, it's kind of our fleet at the moment. I think I can move this sign over some. Alright, let me see. So it's parking on both sides of the street, just to kind of allow that to be a thing. Go ahead and plump the lines down. Let's see what's going on here. Parking on the sides and whatnot there. Alright, I need to grab... Where are they? Oh, it's my cat. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? No. No, you're a cat. Doesn't want pets. No pets for him. Oh shit. Alright, where's it gonna be?
När många hundra gick i land, jag drömde om en strand där hus vart sett i brand.
Based. There we go. Nope.
Forbreid deg alle som sigla over store hav, Odin føyer mi bør, hvor min
Cardinal sweep the reds. Nice. Are you kidding me?
Jeg drømte om ei ferd. Jeg så deg blanke, kvasse sverd. Fjorden farga rød. Min kjære, han ligger mange unge, stolte menn. Deg vil aldri vende heim til landet. Deg dro mot Framandland. Vinteren vårt hår og lange lengtar etter ro. Jeg saknar deg som dro.
Okay, that totally floats. Shit. Don't particularly like that. No, we're gonna just get rid of it. Just gonna put a line over here.
Mange unge, stolte menn. Deg vil aldri vende heim til landet.
And I'll just drag this. Apparently not over there. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's some good detail. Let's go grab a yield sign. Where do I have a yield sign set up anyways? Oh, it's Tobesy stretching. Let's see, I think I have a yield sign over here somewhere. That I do. I might remove the word yield at some point, make it a little more just... Oh, it's Toby. Hello. I'll pet you, come over here. There you go. Are you happy? Oh, many happy. Oh, kitty flop. Kitty flop. No, stop it. Oh, no. No, okay. Alright. these signs. See which way the priority goes. And this road will also have the priority. That is on a priority road. Oh. No, Toby. No. Okay. Alright, so the priority's coming this way up the hill. What? Okay, you're a cat. Oh, you suck. What, am I not petting you anymore, so you gotta come up here and ask for my hand? You damn cat. You're a little attention whore. Ah, okay. Oh, but I gotta build my nation. Are you gonna build it for me then, buddy? No? That's what I thought, because you're a cat. Yeah, so here I am. I make these signs, right? I'm thinking, man, I'm ahead of the game. No one else has done this in trains, because it's kind of hard to find signs. Yeah, somebody else did it in trains. Although I think mine looks a little better. But, yeah. I thought I was being smooth and sleek and stuff like that, and I was not. Alright, let's see. So this one's going to be a little difficult. So I'm going to kind of raise up to about here. Actually, this one shouldn't be too bad. Just go ahead and drag it in. That looks like it is just tall enough. I don't particularly like how tall it is though, so lower it some. Now we can bring it back. So there is that. Oh, there goes the sign. Okay. Do. We do. Do. That's upsetting again. One more time. Take it from the top. Bam. Alright, now I need to put the road markings down the hill, because I'm just, you know, one crazy motherfucker. Yeah, that's as far up as I'm gonna drag that. Bring it here. Perfect. Ooh. Now, see, it would be nice is if I could get cars parked up the hill and down the hill, because that'd be kind of nice. But the problem is you can't do that in trains. Just can't. Unless there was like a spline. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, that's the problem. No, shit. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Yep, that's not gonna work. Compact car. Yeah, shit. Yeah, that would have been nice, because like that would kind of tie the scene together to have parked cars kind of going up the hill a little bit and down the hill. But I just can't do it, so. Hi, Tobes. Hey, get your claws out of my couch. I gave you scratching posts. Alright, what else can I do over here? So I've been dreading doing this for a while now, because of just this. But I think honestly, I think it looks nice, you know, with the varying heights and whatnot. And I think from far away I could put you know, I think if I zoomed out and took a picture with cars, you know, on the hill and whatnot and on the road, like, yeah, it's a subtle enough transition to where you wouldn't notice that the wheels aren't actually touching, but other than that. So, alright, so I should put the sidewalk in here, and then I need a couple of offices to go in right here as well. Small offices, not big offices, but small offices. So, get the sidewalk going in. Pain in my ass. And like I said, this is the first and last time I'm going to do this, just because it is a massive headache. And, you know, the end result is nice, in my opinion, sure, but all that I have to do to actually get, you know, this to look the way it does, not very worth it, in my opinion. Tobes. You know, I'm gonna have a talk with you, Toby, because it seems to be every night with you. My cat loves being fed. Doesn't quite get that I'm on the computer doing something, so we're gonna have to sit down and have a talk about it. I'm sure he'll understand. I have to get the road down on the side. Why did I do this? Why did I do this? Okay, alright, now to get the road down. Before I commit Harry Carey at this point. So now I gotta do this right here. That was totally worth it. Excuse me. And what I'll do right here is I'm just going to transition back to textures. So I'm not doing this. I'm done. So what I'll actually do is I'll try this. not too concerned. I just want it to be done. That gap I am concerned about. I don't like it. What the fuck is it connected to now? Christ. I'm done not grabbing you. I gotta be Pokemon check because I hate getting notifications. Alright. Why would you think I'm grabbing you? There we go. That's right, there's that stupid bit in the middle. Alright, you know what? Fuck that. Get out of here. Yep, same thing with you. Get out of here. No, wait, I can't do that because I could. Fuck. This looks like these bits are useless. Luxembourg. Don't you see the joys of this, folks? It's wonderful. Just absolutely wonderful. Like, I'm enjoying myself so much. Yep, I'm happy. Just fucking take it out. Christ. Separating. Perfect. Doesn't feel like right with the middle. Ah, shit. It's fine. I can't be bothered. How are you? remember why I didn't ever use this build. Oh, take off this sweater. Give me a second. Okay. Ugh. This is annoying as fuck. Alright, why is it only grabbing the one? That's what I'm confused about. Okay, I'm about to just say fuck it. Again, why we always build on layers. Fuck, oh, that's why. Fucking hell. Alright. There's that. This. Where the fuck it's raised to? About as good as it's gonna get. Except for right here. Can I help you? Very odd. Alright, that's about as good as it's gonna get. I mean, alternatively, I could put in a little bit more sidewalk here. Probably should. I wanna die. Trust me, me too. You know, you didn't have to do this. Well, I know I didn't have to do this. I wanted to do this. So why are you upset? Well, because I'm a dumbass? Well, that could be answered for a lot of your things that you're upset at. Okay, well, fuck you, first of all. I simply was yeah, yada yada yada, something, blah blah blah. Well, someone's being a dickhead today. Just today? Yeah, just today, I guess. No, just the two. Alright, drag it up. Actually, fuck it, we're just gonna go all the way across at this point. We'll go to about here, then I'll just kind of merge buildings into the side, because fuck that, fuck this, fuck everyone. Fuck everyone, everything, and everywhere. Right there, perfect.
Ein kjempekar sett seg ved åren, og ror ut om øyar og hår. Og Ragnvald jarl han medgir, min son utlegger nå, langt alene du munna fara, om for kongen freden å få. Og det var overgangar, siden skiplet han drengene ror. Det bar til de keltiske strender, kring i land i der han for. De lå ut på havet, til vinden bar deg mot land. Eit nes utom holmar og fjordar, de kalla det landet Bretann. Og Rolvan steig i stadlen, men foten i marki tok han. De folki som
Why are you curved?
kjenna, de han kallar Rololmarsjan. Og Rolvan flakkade videre, han nord med landet for. Ei grøn eig meg han møtte, og en nordmann de held ei til nord. Så meldt i Frankar kongen,
Yeah.
om du landet
Sorry, someone just replied to a comment on Instagram. Something that kind of came up the other day on one of the aviation pages I follow. So, Southwest Airlines has different planes that are painted up as different state flags, primarily for the bases that they operate at. So, one of their hubs, or one of the planes that they had painted, was Tennessee. So they had a big, bright red aircraft painted up in Tennessee state flag, which I always love because, you know, working with an airline full of blue airplane, can you just grab the right one? Christ on a stick. God damn it. Anyways. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, like why this is... Oh, now you want this one. What in the hell? There we go. Why it's doing these weird things and stuff like that. And, Whatever, I'm done. Okay. Bridge is fine. Although I need railings. Fuck. So Southwest had aircraft painted up different state flags, Tennessee 1, blah, blah. Well, Southwest removed Tennessee 1 off of its 737. And no one really knows why. You know, because... well, just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's one of their newer state flag planes, and now it's gone. And again, no one can really figure out why. Well, I was commenting on one of the pictures earlier, and kind of talking with people, and someone replied to that comment stating, I said, why in the world would Southwest Airlines do that? Worked for them some years back. Last flight I worked in Manchester was Tennessee 1. Saw her many times in St. Louis. Seems rather stupid of Southwest to do that, to remove the paint off that aircraft and repaint it back for no particular reason. There's some weird things about controversy and stuff like that about the paint, but like I never really see anything wrong with Tennessee's state flag. Like, you know. So someone replied, not really. As these aircraft are becoming old, they plan to put it on the brand new 737 MAX 7. I said, and so I replied, seems rather counterproductive if you ask me, and not the Southwest way of life. California 1 was worn on its 737-300 until that aircraft was retired from service. A few months went by, and the current 700 it's on, showed up with it. Doesn't seem very smart on their part. So yes, it does seem rather stupid, regardless if they intend to put it on the MAX aircraft. And same goes for Arizona 1. Both those 300s last visits to St. Louis, they were in those paints, and it was during my shift, so I was able to physically see them. They wore those paints from the day that they were delivered to the airline until the day they were retired. And of course, a little time would pass, and again, each aircraft would show back up in its respective paint jobs. Sucks not working for them anymore, so now I'm left to speculate why they would waste money like this rather than just checking my company email for some info or something. Oh well, just seems stupid and like a waste of money. And of course someone replied, yeah, honestly, why apply new paint if it's to be retired? It would be more efficient to retire it with the current paint than, just go ahead and repaint the whole aircraft and then retire it. And that's my big thing, like, why would the airline go out and waste money like that, painting an aircraft that's currently still in service, even if it's meant to be retired? Because in the past, they've just gone ahead and retired those aircraft, even with the paint, because, like, why bother, dumping money into something if it's just gonna leave, or if it's not gonna be there? Again, it just seems really stupid on Southwest's part. And the idea that, all these, basically equivalent to rail foamers, would sit there and say like, oh, well, it's going to go on the MAX 7. Okay, well, that still doesn't answer my question of why would Southwest Airlines do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Southwest's decision. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's their aircraft. I don't have to like it. I don't even have to acknowledge that they did it, because it's not my company anymore. It's not my concern. It's not anything that I have to be worried about. I don't get paid by them. It's not cutting into my profit sharing. But it just seems stupid to me. Just like I said, why would they waste money like that? I'm mostly just curious from, the outsider perspective of, the fact that they did it. Like, again, because, it's kind of just a waste of money. And especially in how things are going right now with the airlines, like, why would Southwest in, post-COVID, really? Not even post-COVID, because COVID's still kind of going on. Why would Southwest, in the middle of a global pandemic where money is not something that's coming fairly easily, why would Southwest, in the middle of a global pandemic, repaint an aircraft to a brand new paint scheme? If, everyone's claiming that, oh, well, they're doing it because they're going to retire that aircraft. Just things that people don't think about, and I guess that kind of ties into foamers in the rail community and such. It's like, they don't sit there and make their decisions based off of really any logic. Oh, well, they're doing it because they're going to retire it. Okay, Well, if you want to get rid of something, are you going to put money into it? No. It's asinine. Why the fuck would you do that? It's a waste of your resources. It just seems, you know, I can't stand fucking people like that. You know, that want to sit there and spew this bullshit just because, you know, they think that, you know, it just, because they think they know something, and, you know, all this bullshit. It's like, no, you gotta stop and think about this from a logical perspective. And it used to happen when I was at the airport at my job. These airplane, they're called ab geeks. They'd come up to me and they'd ask me a question, and I would, you know, of course, be nice about it, because I'm at my work, representing Southwest. I don't want to be a dick. I just don't want to be a dick in general. But they come up to me and ask me a question, and they would ask, you know, well, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, because there were just some that just absolutely baffled me. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. Give me like a second. I'll think of something that I was asked. There was a lot, but it has been a while. Plus, I'm also doing this. You know, but so like I said, it's just, you know, this one kid came up to me, and I guess like he had a question about one of our 737s. I'm trying to remember what it was, and because I kind of argued with him for a little bit, because he asked me the question and then corrected me, and to which I corrected him. I think it was about the Max. I want to say it was about the Max, you know, because that was a very hot topic for a while when I worked at the airlines, because you know, they crashed. So it was a very, very hot topic when I worked at the airlines, because of their operational blunders. It was not the Max. I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was. Oh, there was one about the Max, but the one I'm thinking of in particular. So this kid came in, and he asked me about the plane at the gate, and I'm like, yeah. So what are you wondering about? He's like, I want to say it was something about the 737-700. He's like, I think it was because they left the strobes on the aircraft. Now on the 737-300s, the white flashing lights at the end of the wings, they're called strobes. And the captain had left the strobes on and, you know, left and whatever. But on the 737-300, they weren't, you know, we had winglets on our aircraft, so we had those little tips at the end of the wings that stick up. And on the 300s, because they were modified, because the 300s didn't come with winglets, they had to put the strobes on the top of the winglet, because again, it wasn't built that way, so they had to kind of modify it. So this kid said, I thought the strobes on the 700s were on the wings and not the winglets. And I said, oh, well, that's because this is a 737-300. The 700s do have them on the end of the wings. The 300s have them on the winglets. And he's like, well, this isn't, you know, the 300s don't have winglets. They weren't built that way. I'm like, well, you're right. They weren't built this way, but we modified ours to have winglets. And he kept arguing with me. He's like, no, 300s don't have winglets. That's not a thing. I said, well, they do. Ours have winglets. That's how this works. You know, that's part of, you know, fuel savings and all that stuff. He's like, no, you're not. That's not how they work. I said, listen, yes, it's a 737-300. Like, it says it right here in my paperwork. He's like, well, your paperwork's wrong. I'm like, no. And I was just kind of amused. I'm like, why are you arguing with me? He's like, because I know my aircraft, and I'm not arguing, it's just, you know, I just don't like how people are misinformed. I'm like, okay, well, okay then, you know, just, and he kind of wanted to keep arguing with me. He's like, well, it's just sad that, you know, Southwest hires people that aren't very well educated about their aircraft. And I said, listen, if you want to think you're correct, I can't stop you. But I'm telling you right now that you are not correct. I said, Southwest Airlines did order that their 737-700, or 300s, I'm sorry, without winglets originally. The original order was without winglets because that option was not available for these aircraft. But, over time, when the modification became available, Southwest opted to go ahead with that. So, you know, I don't really know what to tell you. You know, again, if you want to sit here and think you are correct, then go right ahead. I can't stop you. On my paperwork, it says a 300. I know it's a 300, and that's that. And also, an easy way to tell it's a 300 is the little wing pylons out there are white, unlike the rest of our fleet where they're orange, which signifies a next-gen aircraft. So, you know, and he kind of got shitty with me, and I'm like, alright, whatever. Like, I don't have time for this. Like, I even took him over to the computer and, like, showed him on the computer that, you know, shows us all the flights and their information and stuff like that. Like, this is a 300. Because it was just bothering me that he was so hell-bent on the fact that, like, you know, I was incorrect. And I'm like, no, it's a very rude thing to sit there and argue with someone who works. And I've seen it in, like, the foamer community with the rails and stuff like that. Like, people want to sit there and try to argue with the people who work there. Like, my buddy Scott. You know, foamers want to sit there and try to argue with him or tell him, like, the information he already knows a lot about. He is a very well-spoken man, you know, in many, many aspects, in many categories in the world, particularly railroading. Railroading's his life, you know, he has a lot of connections in the railroading community. And the fact that he works for the railroads is like, you know, he's generally the last person I'm gonna argue with, because, you know, that's his world. Now, if, like, well, what is this? Why? Why? Why do you hate me? No. We're not playing this game. Sun up beach. Like, I'm just so fed up with this area at this point. Like, I don't even care. No. No, stop it. There. That's about as good as it's gonna get. It looks like shit, but it's about as good as it's gonna get. I stopped caring. Like, yeah, this is fine. I'm okay with this. It's done. It's over with. I didn't put the railing on the other side of the bridge. God damn it. Kill me. But it just ticks me off when people want to sit there and argue. Like I said, when people want to sit there and argue, like, let me think about this, like a cop. we'll just say that. Let's get controversial for a second, because that's always fun. People want to sit there and argue with a cop. All right, that's fine. Go ahead. But my big thing is that, listen, unless you are very well versed in your local city ordinance or code and stuff like that, I mean, if the cop's being a real prick, then yes, absolutely. You know, stand up for yourself. Don't let them take advantage of you, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, like, unless you have gone to school for law or something along those lines, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna know the local code a little better than you. So, my shtick is this. Alright, fine. I will take whatever. You know? It's only been once recently where I kind of gave a little back to the cop just because it was late. I was out walking, you know, just middle of the pandemic. I go out late. I walk late anyways. They get a call about a suspicious person. I was in a fucking high-vis vest, and he wanted to kind of sit there and be like, yeah, you really should be walking like this early in the morning. I'm like, well, what says I can't be out here? Is there a curfew? Well, not really. Okay, then. I'm gonna keep doing it then. So, you know, unless there's something saying I can't, I'm gonna. Well, I don't really want you. Well, I'm wearing a high-vis vest. Nothing saying I can't be out here. Like, you know, all that stuff. But, you know, the thing is like, don't argue. Just, alright, fine. And if you wanna, you know, try and argue it, then go to court. Waste his time. You feel like he wasted your time, then go waste his time. You know, go to court. Go to court and just, you know, do all that bureaucratic shit and stuff like that and just waste everyone's time. You know, if you're really that adamant about, you know, getting something overturned or getting, you know, a citation for something, you want to get it overturned, then take it to court. Other than that, you know, whatever. I just realized I've been watching for like 3 hours and haven't talked. Well, welcome back. Welcome to the conversation. But the thing is, like, but something just kind of very minor. Like I said, in the
Arise, for though your kinsman stands strong in the shield wall, more might is yet needed
Hold on,
upon
I'm
the
done reading that.
field.
7 hitless innings versus Braves.
For
7
the
win.
whites of field, stream, and stone
Doubleheader.
seek to reforge the bonds that have long been broken. Arise, for 1,000 generations of ancestors stand firmly behind you throughout every success and failure. Arise, for the gods have sounded their call across the worlds, and you have heard it deep within your heart. Arise.
But, you know, but kind of going back to Scott for a second, it's like when foamers want to sit there and try and argue with him, or they want to try and one-up him because they have to be right, it just makes me laugh, because I'm like, you have no clue who you're talking to and the people he knows. You know, I always love the, well, I heard from, okay, well, I don't care who you heard from. You know, because I heard from someone who, you know, might, you know, work here, or is friends with the guy who owns this, or so on and so forth, and that's not true. So whoever you heard, whatever rail fan you heard from, it ain't right, it ain't true, you know, but people still want to argue with him. Well, the favorite one is when, you know, maybe someone tries to, I wouldn't say belittle Scott, but tries to, try to chime in their own 2 cents on something Scott's already a lot more well-versed in, particularly. It just amuses the fuck out of me. Because again, it kind of goes back to, like, this is Scott's territory. Like, this is what Scott does for a living. And you're really gonna sit there and try and, you know, big dick him? You know, you're gonna sit here and try to one-up him and stuff like that? Or, not even really one-up him, but just try and you know, say information about something that he already knows a lot more than you will ever about. It's kind of dumb, but I mean, hey, if you want to get, you know, absolutely flamed, go right ahead. I can't stop you. I'm not going to stop you. Scott will stop you. And it'll be funny when he does. It just always makes me laugh when people do that. You know, it just... Av geeks, foamers, whatever you are, whatever it is, it's like, it just makes me laugh. And like, yeah, I argued back with him in that time in St. Louis, but it's like, it just frustrates me. It's like, do not sit here and try to tell me why you are correct, or why you think you are correct, or that you know something that you don't, because you don't. Just admit it that you don't know anything, you know. Just sit here and basically, you know, be like, hey, I thought, you know, it was fine at first when the initial conversation happened, and they were like, well, I thought, you know, the 737-700s only had the winglets. Well, no, actually, we retrofitted our 300s to have winglets and stuff like that, so that's why the strobes up there on top of the aircraft. Oh, okay, that makes much more sense. Thank you. How long is the line so far? Not very long at all. I'm actually doing more detail work here in town because I'm just bored. I want to just detail the fuck out of this town for no particular reason whatsoever. So, the line is not very long at all. But, you know, and then it would have been fine, you know, just whatever, you know, pass, you know, some information along, and we all go about our day. But no, the fact that tried to sit there and argue with me about the matter, just really got under my skin. Like, you asked a question, I gave you the answer. If you already felt like you knew what the answer was, then why did you ask in the first place? You know, did you have to sit here and correct someone to feel, you know, better about your day or something, or, you know, is that what's going on here? Something's going on. But it just, anyways. My thing is this, you know, remain humble. You know, especially when you're talking with someone who, you know, A, is older than you, you know, who was also A, performing that job function. You know, that's kind of the big one. You know, if you're talking with someone who's performing that job duty and stuff like that, yeah, there might be some people who, oh, it's Toby, he's laying on the floor. You jump down to lay on the floor? It's kind of an odd move there, sir. Oh. What are you doing down there? Where? Oh. You know, they already know more than you, because they're doing that job. Yeah, they might not like their job, and they might not know everything there is to know about aircraft or trains or whatever, but they still gotta be there. Yeah, Yeah, I work with guys, they only knew 737, 800s, and 700s part because it said 800 or 700 on the front of the aircraft. That was the only way they knew. And I mean, that's why it was put there, so you can easily identify the two. Oh, Toby laid him roll on his side. Oh, the cat. Oh, no. Rolled onto your side. And are being cute. What if they picked you up? Oh, I just kicked you in the face, I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, I gotcha. Ha 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 ha. There you go. But like, don't argue. Don't argue with them. They already know a lot more than you. Just stay humble. That just pissed me off. Hey, Topes. There. It's bridged. See, if you laid on my lap more like this, Toby, I'd be pretty happy. Like, this is a very wholesome 100 moment. Like, I appreciate this right now. This is a very... I'm very happy. This is kind of why I got a cat. You're being too cute. Alright, so I think we'll leave that alone. Kind of want to get the businesses and buildings in over here. Toby, no. Marketing. Maybe some office buildings in over here. What? I got a build. Yes. Yes, you are still a cat. Hello. Okay, hello. Anyone want a cat? Yes, give me a away. I give you away. stairway in over there. So they can go down. Well, obviously they would go down because that's how stairwells work. But, you know, just to clarify that we indeed use the stairwell to go down. Just in case that piece of information was difficult to comprehend for anyone, including myself. Ugh, you know, because you never know what people and myself are going to have difficulties with throughout the day. I should lower that more. I don't like how that's that height. Should I lower it down to about there. That's the nice part about these buildings is, you know, you can add doors, add stuff onto it so that way it looks better. Ow. Hey, Tobes. Don't do that. If you do that, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna have to really have a problem with you. Don't do it. Don't do it. There we go. Bring it over to here. Get your claws out of my couch. Seriously, anyone want a cat? No, nobody. Okay. There. I like that. Yes, I like that a lot, actually. Okay. So I think the closest station is right over here. So you will never see that in about 1 billion years. And when this is all done, and not lagging like a motherfucker, yeah, you can't even see the city from here. Like, you can see Rosenborg. But you don't really start to see the city until like you can see the skyscrapers from right here. Oh, that's cool. I love that. I don't know why, I just like the beacon. See, that's nice. You can see the telecommunications, yeah, and the church, so that's nice. I like that. Just see a steeple right over there. That's cool. And then we can't see much. Oh god. Can't see nothing here. I mean, you don't really see anything until see that building, you can see the cranes down there at the dock. Take a look at that. And then you really wouldn't see anything until you're around this corner. And of course you come across in and now you see everything. Here, on the other hand, yeah, you get a great view of the city. Just holy hell, something like I want to go right there. Yeah, excuse me. Alright, let me see what we got. I'll probably go back to alright, I can go, get TK. Yep. Or I could just be lazy, which I'm half tempted to. Why are you taller? There. Now just a big office building. Which is better so I don't have to put anything right there and do anything with it, because fuck that noise. Hi, Toby. Hello again, kidders. Just trying to think of like what I should be doing over here, because like I said, I want it to be mostly residential. I want to switch over to the actual roads, like what I got over here. There's gonna be houses kind of dotting into here as we head out, and just kind of taper off into a couple houses here and there, and so on and so forth. Still like that. That's cool. Let's see here. So I wanted this road to come this way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of this building. I mean, I liked it, it was nice, but too big for what I want. I can put over here. need to start working more down here. Like, I need to just get this place done. Because this is just supposed to be a small town. A couple houses, maybe like a small school, get the Aldi. And then just go from there. I'll just go ahead and skip it. Weird. Just kind of dead end down here. Let's see, how long have I been going for? About 4 hours. Well, I think I should probably wrap it up here. Avoid going for so freaking long. But, anyways, didn't really get a ton done, just because it's kind of miserable working in this area. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and break, because I'm going to pass out otherwise, so... yeah, no, so if y'all like this, let me know. Comment, rate, subscribe, whatever. Actually, you guys better. That's kind of... That's cool. Huh. is laggy. Laggy, laggy, laggy. But anyways, so if you guys liked what you see, or like what you saw, and would like to see more, like I said, hitting that little bell icon down bottom would definitely help. Let you guys know when I do decide to live stream for the day, because they're very sporadic when I do just decide for the day. If you guys want to see more, like I said, obviously subscribe, because I do these quite regularly now. A little infrequent from time to time, but I'm trying to be a little more regular now with my streams, just because I at least have something to show and something that's kind of fun for y'all to watch anyhow. But yeah, so if you want to see more Kaldvann, let me know. If you guys want to see more Carabasset, let me know. You know, whatever you guys enjoy more kind of would help, especially with that content. Stay tuned for more information on the Carabasset, because we're going to be doing something pretty interesting here pretty soon with it, to kind of help get some of the projects, or some of the project kickstarted in a way, because we do need a little help with that. But yeah, that's kind of all I really got right now. So like I said, if you guys like it, let me know. Let's move a little closer into the city. National Church of Rave, by the way. Need to get street lights on the other side of the street. Kind of light up the station too. But anyways, guys, so I will talk to y'all on the flip side, and like I said, comment, rate, subscribe, and I'll talk to you all maybe tomorrow or the day after. So thanks for watching, and take care.